Tower.
Let this ceremony begin.
Oh, hello. Maybe my mic is too loud. A bit too loud. Just tiny bit. Milo DL. I don't have an effect like Virus Beats, but Chris. Christopher Butler is too. Eddie Sonic is around there somewhere. I hope the mic sounds okay. It might be still a bit too loud. Because I'm just hearing myself live, but streaming again, finally. Sounds good? Then everything is good. Yes. I almost was scared that it didn't work because I had some problems. When I was doing my first project idea for the stream, I started Reaper. I thought, maybe doing something with the Dorsum plugins. And I put the VST on the track. I thought, let's choose a preset. Guido. I got my hi here.
Hi.
Hello.
I put the plugin on the track and then I searched for a preset, and once I clicked on that nice little browser icon in the plugin, boom, Reaper crashed. I said, okay. Tried multiple times, same happening. I searched online. That might be solutions. No, didn't work. Started Bitwig. Same thing. Bitwig didn't crash, but it crashed the plugin. So then I tried Reason. Everything was okay, was working, so that's odd. And did a new start of Windows, was working, but then I said, now it's working. And then on Saturday mornings, I tried again, and same thing happening. But then I realized, there is the browser open. I said, let's test something. Because when you install new drivers, Windows have the tendency to say, let's make it an exclusive reserved interface or driver or whatever. And then I unchecked on every channel from the interface, from in and outputs. I unchecked exclusive mode, then it worked. So there might be a problem because when you have the browser open and the browser, it doesn't use ASIO, it uses the system audio. And when you launch a DAW with ASIO or an instrument, whatever, it might be, it depends probably also on the driver, because my old Yamaha, the driver was a bit quirky, because every time I opened the browser, I got a very short cut in the audio. Like the browser is taking over the Wasapi or whatever. And I had some cuts. So, how is the software for the SSL? You mean the driver itself, or that comes free with it? Because I don't have it open. I think. Yes, it's open. There it is. You see my levels. Isn't that nice? Because the one that Viral Beats got, the SSL2 Plus, doesn't have this kind of, I don't think so, because I checked and he says no. It just has the driver, bit odd for $200. And the other models, like the SSL12, is handled by the SSL360. It's a kind of global controller for everything SSL. Because they do make hardware controllers and studio controllers for specific DAWs and stuff. If you watch White Sea Studio, he has some of those. But he even said it's sometimes a bit quirky. So I can do stuff in here. I didn't read much of the manual, but I can control everything by software. Even like, because on the interface there are some buttons, but the buttons are too far away. It's here, there, around there somewhere. So I can change everything here. So even the 48 volts, or the filter here, or the phase, or change if it's a mic or a line. There is no EQ though. Strangely, there is only built-in. Why Viral Beats loves this interface, the 4K. It's like a DSP, but it's just a button. Makes the sound better. Guido, haven't seen Hunk stream for a while. Perhaps some wording. Yeah, I didn't stream for like almost a month because my PreSonus AR12, the interface died. The mixer still worked because I checked with the CD player and the vinyl. There was sound coming in, but Windows didn't recognize anything. So I tried cables, uninstalling, reinstalling. Nothing worked. So I said, I do have my old interfaces. I even tried my Mackie. The problem is the Mackie has a USB return that you have to engage to hear the computer sound and the microphone and stuff. And that one was already faulty. And last time I installed it, it didn't sound really good. So, yeah, the mixer works, but interface, nope. Then I said, yeah, let's need a new one. And yeah, I'm not very rich. I spent too much money on plugins. Yeah, and I had to wait until I get my monthly job payment to order it. And I was quite surprised. I ordered the interface on Thursday morning at 6 a.m. and I did get a message on my phone. Yeah, it's on its way. I said, okay, Monday it is. And suddenly, Friday morning at 11 a.m. at the office, UPS driver comes with my little interface. Yay! So, yeah, it has, maybe in fact, with the fact not everything is for me to understand. Yeah, it has, because I almost thought getting the same as Viral Beats, the SSL2+. I said, maybe sometimes you need a bit more channels for stuff. So, yeah, and I got this one. And it has ADAT. So it's expandable with stuff. So, and I still can use my mixer. So I can plug in. I still got 3 channels left. So, and I got 2 instrument inputs on the front, because I also wanted an interface with the connections at the back, because with mixers you kind of understand that most connections are on the top, but most interfaces have connections in the front, and that bothers me a lot, because then you got the cables running around on the desk. That may be good for people like recording instruments and vocals at home. So they plug in, record, plug out, plug something else in or whatever. Well, that's not how I'm working, so I need something with inputs and outputs on the back. And SSL does that. So, River X. I need some effects. It's kind of sad that you can't put in some effects in here. Yeah, well, SSL works. Hurrah! Yeah. And I did prepare something. Let's see if everything's working. Something ambientish. Let's see. Should work. Yep. Let's just see my... No. That's working. Yeah, because it's one of the only cheap, would say, 32-bit interface, because most have 24. But this one is 32. And at the beginning, when I had my problems with the Dawson plugins, I thought, oh, maybe it's the resolution. But that wasn't it, because, for example, I think Reason just adapts it to the interface, because there are no options. Bitwig kind of don't think so, not really. Yes, at the moment I do use the 4K effect. You can't. Yeah, you can't actually. I have to push the button. So maybe there's a difference. There's a slight difference. So if I unengage, it's less loud. Did you see the price of 4 October 12? Which one is that? Let me get back to the warm 4K console sound. Because when I was searching for the for a new interface, for 2 weeks I was digging into Toman because I almost 2 years ago I almost did buy an SSL, but the problem is I need inputs for my CD and vinyl. These are not connected at the moment. So I need a DJ mixer for my rack that I then can plug into my monitor controller so I can listen to music. And I still could record the stuff because the Monicon has an output that it's not used at the moment. So it's possible. I don't know. I almost have a UAD SSL for the bus compressor. Oh, that's nice. Oh, Guido buys nice hardware. Apparently, Behringer is launching into the compressors and stuff for studios. And there was a video, apparently people ain't happy, but who cares? They copy it anyway. DL is driving. Yeah, software. I still, I used, because the list you get from SSL for software is quite huge, more than many others. I did get another from SSL, because I had licenses for 2 SSL plugins. It was the drum strip and vocal strip. Sadly, the vocal strip was already mine. So I just, I activated the 2 licenses, but then I installed just the drum strip. And I have a voucher for a very expensive channel strip. I'm not sure if I'm going to buy it, because it's still, even with the vouchers, $100. And I'm not someone actually using a lot of channel strips. I do have a few, but never using them. Because there was a sale on the 25 years PSP, and Plugin Boutique had different bundles, and they had a bundle with the channel strip, a reverb, and a delay. And the channel strip is the one that Mike from Let's Talk About Reaper uses a lot. But it's understandable, but because he is recording live, drums, guitars, bass, and stuff, I don't do that. So, yeah, that's why I didn't even get the Hornet channel strip for like $9. So, never use a channel strip. I know someone who makes Psytrance. He's from Quebec, I think. He doesn't stream a lot. He's not very active. He uses It's a channel strip, but it's kind of a weird one because apparently it's a more saturator. And I checked it, it's quite expensive, and he uses that on every channel. I said, don't really have a use for that. Him from Ghost Tag. No, it's I keep forgetting the brand. They do different channel strips and other plugins. Very expensive too. But I keep forgetting the brand name, so I do have the only. It's still back on sale again. The only channel strip I kind of like is the Noise Ash, and kind of channel strip. It's the mix thing from IK Multimedia. I'm in a vintage rabbit hole currently. Yeah, apparently because I know Mike is using the PSP Infinity strip because it has low zero latency. So that is for recording very useful. For me, yeah, I mostly do MIDI and samples, so channel strips, the few I have, I never use. So, I even bought the vocal strip from SSL. It's nice, but it would be useful if I use the microphone instead through OBS. I would plug it in like at the moment, but leave it out of OBS and make a track in Reaper. I tried that, but it's the problem is then I have to make a sidechain in the master because when I'm talking and the music is playing, it's not really what I wanted. So music. It's another one, a new one. There's some awesome stuff in there. I found a nice patch with kind of seaside moments. Kind of noisy stuff. Let me just check something. Yeah, now I know I need to redo. Let me check. I normally should have my. Yeah, that's working. Oops. OBS. Because the new update did mess up my plugins here. Yeah. That's better. Huh? And the check. Maybe a bit less. Not too much, yeah. Bit less, yeah. I need to redo my setting here. That's better. Maybe a bit less gain, yeah. No? Rabbit! There he is. My threshold is still a bit too high. A bit too high. Well, let's make it 22. Yeah. 22. Whoops, I'm... Mind reducing the gain a bit. Maybe a bit less digital. That's better. Oops. Still too loud. Still... Maybe... I'll check a bit. On this. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. But I don't hear myself. Maybe... Maybe that's better. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, because the headphone output of the SSL is a bit yeah, it's not perfect. Sound should be okay now. No. A bit less volume. How you doing, man?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
It's a bit noisy, but yeah, I might my next project getting. I was even thinking on adding a headphone amp or something like that, but because I'm half deaf. But so yeah. So what else could we actually add here? Oops, my maybe less gain, just a little bit. Overwrite presets. So we got pigments. I think I already, thinking in my last stream, I did mention I found, a very interesting, very busy preset maker, Vicious Antelope. He released this morning a new preset for, what was it? For the some Cherry Audio synthesizer, the Russian crazy thing. And I did grab a lot of pigment stuff. And what's interesting is he mostly does a lot of sounds that really suits my stuff, very ambientish preset, because you got people doing presets that are mostly good for club tracks and stuff. That's why I actually not so much interested in Serum, because I could make my own, but as I'm damn lazy, most preset packs isn't really my sound thing. So why some other synthesizers aren't in my to get bag. So I'm hesitating on getting serum. It might happen because the intro sale is until June. So that leaves me like 3 months to decide if I spend $200 on a plugin or not. Let's see. I got this. Let's add another. Oops, on the wrong position. Yeah. So I grabbed a lot of presets from Vicious Antelope. There were plenty of free ones too. So Arturia. My pigments. Where is it? Pigments. Let's see what can be added. Because now I got quite a huge load of stuff here. And this one. Sounds more organish. That's all blocked keys. Maybe something else. Oh, I like that one. So you actually can hear that might suit. Like as we got some C. Oh, Jet Jervis. Jet, I need a cat. I need a fluffy cat to my... I could use the sequencer maybe here. Maybe not. Maybe not. The LFO is a bit too I do know how a synthesizer works, but making my own patches, that's... The problem is when I start from scratch, I'm lost because with granular synthesizers, I have a good start. But with normal synthesizer, okay, because you got people like when I see Dash Glitch, actually, he starts from scratch and he knows, okay, I need a pluck, I need a pad, I need some key or maybe something that sounds like a flute or whatever he has in mind, and he knows how to do it. I'm lost with that. Even if I would watch a video, I would still be lost when I'm opening a plugin and start from scratch. Okay, how do I make a sound like a flute? Then why I already have problems with VCV Rack. Because if I don't see how things work, I can't recreate it. From scratch, I'm lost. Changing presets, that's another thing. We could do that. Maybe get rid of the... No? And I was actually on D major. Do very small, let's see. A bit longer. Nenko! That might work like this. And let's do... Might need to change the volume a bit here. 'Cause... That might work. That might work. So... like this. I got this. Aha, that might work. It's a bit too noisy. Maybe... That might work. I know that Mr. Nenko will be happy. Let's see. No. I can because I got something. Let's save it. You might like. Let's see. Where is it? Should be there somewhere. No? No? I reactivated something. This. I couldn't help myself because I did get an email, and as I did have a subscription when I was testing Reason, I said, and they sent an email. They had the Reason Plus subscription with 30% off for 6 months. I said, oh, that's an interesting offer. But at first I thought it might be for new subscribers, because when you first subscribe, you get 1 month for free, and then you pay your 19 euros or something. I said, oh, 30% off. Oh, that's interesting. Might reactivate, and I used the voucher, and it worked. So, yeah, I got Moz. Mr. Moz. Moz get his.
Hi.
Hello.
So, yeah, because I wanted stuff like Mimic, Dope Sampler, and the Grain. There is more into the rack, and yeah, now I can actually use the rack in my Reaper. I can use the door. I'm still a bit lost because I have to figure out how to put my stuff for streaming into the master track. That I'm still learning. But yeah. Mimic, Object, Grain. Yeah. I love that stuff. And yeah, because I do like sampler who do slicing and stuff. Mimic is pretty good. You got me back. I wasn't gone. I was just streaming. I'll be glad to tailor a video for it. I do have a few channels beside yours. I even one who actually does videos also for Reason, Chris Beats, and I know that nice young lady from, where is she? I think Chicago or something. She actually stopped using Reason for personal reasons. She won't be doing any content for them anymore. And there was another channel we had been doing for years, and apparently he wasn't happy how things was going, so he stopped too. So yeah, it's subsystem just sucks for Reason. Yeah, it's not rent to own, but the downside is because when they released version 13, because Reason Plus does exist since version 11 or 12, it makes the subscription more interesting if you don't want to invest into a DAW that you might not use a lot. But the downside is when you buy a perpetual license now for Reason, you don't really you get the basic stuff included, like some instruments. And yes, you can buy rack stuff afterwards, but it's a bit like the subscription from UVI, the Sonic Pass. You pay $20 per month and you get everything. Because the subscription from Native Instruments, for example, you pay like, what was it, $10? You get nothing. You get Contact Player, you get Guitar Rigs Player or something like that. There's absolutely nothing. And a few free Contact libraries, and that's it. Wonder why you could make a subscription like for $20 and then say, here, get everything we have, like even access to Contacts and our libraries, maybe not third party, and the real main Contact, not the player, and you get Reactor, you get Massive Axe and stuff. Yeah, but sounds unreasonable. Hi, Will. Yeah, it's a subscription, but as long as I can afford it, and it's fun. I have subscription like Loop Cloud, and I have UVI's Sonic Pass. I pay rent to own on Faceplant, and I have the kind of rent to own all access pass on Minimal Audio. But once I would actually buy every plugin and the current synthesizer, I could stop it because Reasons Reverb is nice since some other two. That must say the downside is could try just load like like this one. Let's see. Let's do it on there. I would like to have like kind of zoom. Here you can, but I'm a bit lost in the DAW itself. Kongdom Machine is nice. It's still there. Wait, where is it? It's still. I did see it. There, Kongdom Design. Yeah, and the tools are pretty cool. I did experiment with some, like with some sequences and stuff like that. That's actually pretty cool. Bass rubber bands. Ta-da. But yeah, the thing is, Reason might not be suited for. Not really, because I once seen a guy making and recording metal in Reason, and I thought, that's kind of odd, because metal isn't really MIDI based and synthesizer stuff. Why would you actually buy Reason to record metal? Kind of illogical. If you buy it to make, I don't know, EBM, trance, techno, experimental, whatever, because I know someone who actually uses it to make industrial. For years he's been using Reason. But for metal, kind of illogic. We would rather by, I don't know, Logic, Pro Tools, Reaper, maybe Studio One or Cubase. See, is old school. Yeah, and these tools are pretty cool, like the pattern baseline generator. Like if you do that. Gil is here. Wait, Gil gonna get.
Hi.
Hello.
What is Gilp saying? Windows filter from really powerful using lots. Yeah, when you're mentioning Windows, I had it installed and I never used them because I'm a very visual person, while I also don't really like using specifically effects for with hardware emulation. And with Windows, I'm quite a bit lost what they all do. Maybe with a reverb or delay, I'm still, but there's so many crazy, a lot of things that are experimental. Yeah, if it suits your sound, the downside was also because I had the consolidated installed. It doesn't say when there's something new out there. So you have to check the site. Okay, this new version. Yeah. So you can download. It's supposed to be. Says in demo. As far as I know, they are still free. You might confuse them with Air plugins. Yeah, you mean Air from Air Windows is totally free, and I know quite a lot of people actually using them. So might reduce my gain a bit. Still a bit loud. But, so, well, it actually works. If I change now the something buzzing. Maybe not really. I mean, how easy is to use that kind of stuff? Tape saturation, Windows projects. Yeah, that might be because I need. That's my problem. I need visual feedback when I'm using some, especially with effects. So even if I use compressors, there are some with a very minimalistic UI. And then if I'm not seeing something moving or getting ducts, what is it doing? and especially on EQs and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of shit. But that's me. Yeah, that's me. But this is why I did want to have the rack again. There's still maybe one day I will get the VCV Rack Pro. I do have Cardinal, but as I said, I'm pretty lost in making my own patches, so that's for the future around there somewhere. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. You keep making it aside. Vintage key. Yeah. Yeah, so many plugins. I think it's Phil Collins vibe. What did he say? Don't get a copyright strike here. Let's take a short break, and I'll be right back. Whee! Let's see. I still have to get back used to my setup here. Whee! I'm back. So maybe just bubble noise. Oh, this sounds nice. Very nice. Oh, Mr. I always... Who is Lamar and who is Lamont? Yay, we're back.
Hi.
Hello.
Why is my... I think my camera moved. Because something is off, yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
So you have to change the pattern. Very nice. Gilb loves Tor. Yeah, apparently it's pretty... That's the thing. I think... I know that Venus Theory still uses the rack quite a lot. So, just so YouTube is not just notified when they... oh, that's too bad. Smash the bell button. Yeah, and even that sometimes doesn't work. So I don't know why. He's actually probably the most powerful plugin. You can't have it. All it needs. Yeah, I think the idea of the rack from Reason is it might be a thing that they are still in the game, because the DAW itself, there are not many people actually using the DAW, but the rack, still no notification. I still like you. Maybe YouTube doesn't. Yeah, that's kind of odd. Let me just check something in my last touched. Aha. I can... Pattern select. Not sure if it's working, but let me check if I activate it. And do some. Let's see how that works. Uh-huh. Might change it. Let's see. Go back. Haha, it working. That's good. So if I change that, go back. Might need to. Three, and then change it a bit. You got 3 patterns. That should work. So let's reactivate. It is nice. Will says it. Yeah, that's another thing. Because concentrating more on actually going back to learning all that stuff. Because, yeah, I still got a lot to learn. Huge lot to learn. So, yeah, I might change back my microphone a bit. It's still a bit too loud. Yeah. And slowly knowing how things actually work. I did see a video on Dawson plugin. I didn't know I have, for example, I have it here, Abyss. Apparently, if you got a preset and you drag a sample into Abyss, you still can use the presets, but it adapts to the sample. And that's pretty interesting. I might need to experiment a lot with that. So. Well, I just need something to run. So let's add some. I might change this to off. It should be. Haha. Once you know how things work. I may be old, but I think I'm not stupid. Not yet. So that works. So I could actually change the a bit later. So as it's running. Yeah, that's the thing. When I'm watching like Nenko using Reason or even Chris making his beats and others using like Ableton, Bitwig, Logic, Pro Tools, whatever, they know their tools, and to get to know the tools, it takes a time to actually. The twins know, because they're using Ableton, to get to know the power of Ableton. It takes quite a while to get used to it. The problem is, if you are depending on the person, there are some tools that you comprehend faster and some you just don't get. And then it's best to decide, okay, that's a tool, can't use it. And that counts the same for software and hardware. Imagine you buy a synthesizer or an effects pedal or whatever, drum machine or sampler, and it doesn't work for you. Like some spend a fortune to buy these teenage engineering samplers, and then, oh shit, it doesn't work for me, or the sound is crappy, like they did with the medieval version. Was quite, oh my goodness, spending a lot of money to, yeah. But getting to know the tools, and they are all very powerful, but to get into them, it really is a learning process. And with the SSL, I didn't even know about that software. I had a license for the Mixbus 10. There are two versions, and apparently the Pro version gets you immersive audio and surround stuff. And I thought, yeah, free license, okay. I installed it. I said, what the heck is that? It looks ugly. It's even more ugly than Traction. And it's so unusually weird. It's a DAW, but how it works, it's how the heck does it? And I tried a bit to. There aren't really a lot of videos about it, and it's the same company who does the Harrington plugins for SSL, and the UI is very strange. To get used to it, I tried it a few minutes, and I tried to even record something, and sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. To actually add a plugin on the track, that was complicated, and even all the other DAWs make it far more easier. I said, who the heck? And I'm not surprised nobody is using it. Because it's probably the same thing, because I was checking on the DAW from Motu. They do have one. And apparently it's very good with MIDI controllers. It even has a clip launcher. But apparently no one's actually using it. It's the same price as Bitwig, Reason. It's about $500. So yeah, it's pretty much like most DAWs out there. Yeah, you might get maybe a light version with if you buy Motu hardware, but I'm not knowing. Performer light. Was it performer light? Let me just check something. Because I checked on the site, because I also was checking the products, interfaces, MIDI, digital performer, it's called. And there are apparently people using it. It looks kind of Pro Toolish. I said, yeah, it looks interesting. But yeah, $500 is, yeah. Could you demo it? Apparently it has some powerful tools, but it's a bit design that's always been, yeah, it is around for a while, but there's not a, that's the thing with hardware and software, that a lot of people, especially in these days with YouTube and stuff like that, some brands get totally ignored, and some did get features so much that everybody's buying them. It's like Serum. Oh, the new Serum 2 is out. Boom, you got like 150 videos about how to do a pluck sound in Serum 2. Yeah, it's a wavetable synthesizer. Just so. Andy, we'll get this.
Hi.
Hello.
So yeah, and the same thing like Renoise, the DAW, doesn't get featured. Nobody's, apparently, there's not a lot of people actually using it. They do have a YouTube channel with not a lot of info on it, very few videos on how it works, and yeah, it's Sean. He gets his hi too. Wait.
Hi.
Hello.
So, and the same goes for Reaper. There are pretty much a lot of Reaper users out there, but even on YouTube, you don't see a lot of people actually using it, especially the more known people. Like, I know that Venus Theory jumped from Bitwig to Reaper because of very specific reasons. But he doesn't do any feature video tutorials on it because, yeah, he doesn't need to. But then when you search for Ableton, of course, you got a million videos on explain how to make techno in Ableton. And even Bitwig is still an underdog compared to many others. There are users out there. There are some YouTube channels out there. But yeah, and the same goes for plugins. So you have to pretty much figure out stuff yourself. Yeah, and then it takes a while to figure out stuff yourself. It's like reading a manual on Andy's new LFO module for the Eurorack, like 400 pages. Yeah, Venus Theory uses Reaper. Yeah, sometimes you do get to see videos. I think last time I did see him using it was when he was making a video about the scoring he did for the game, and there is a course on his Gumroad site, I think, or somewhere else, where you can actually learn to make scoring for games. And yeah, we're probably using Reaper in that course. So yeah, it doesn't demonstrate it on his channel, but you get to see it when he does videos for UVI. So yeah, it's like, it's not very cheap, but if you are really interested in that stuff to make music for games, it might be interesting. But I think it was $200 or $250, I think, for pretty long course on how to use certain sounds and stuff. Must be interesting if you're into that. So. Yeah, like me, I still don't use automation a lot. Don't know why, but I don't want to spend that. I'm sure it is. So it needs to pay the heating bills first. Yeah, courses. I do have access to John's Reaper courses, but I know that Adam Steele has one on some sites where you can get in-depth Reaper stuff. But yeah, I'm not really interested in paying for. I like to figure out it myself and maybe have some videos explaining certain things. But paying hundreds of dollars or euros for courses might be interesting for some. Even like there are courses to learn instruments, like playing a piano, but there are also a lot of scams out there. So there was not sure a few months ago there was someone who actually selling courses on how to learn piano on and apparently backfired because it was a big scam. So, and it wasn't cheap either. So Kev Human. He's here. Long time no see. How's the car? Oops.
Hi.
Hello.
The more money even is, the more real performance. Yeah. Oh, it's a tax write-off. Yeah. It's yeah. It's there is. I know that someone actually was pretty active on Odo Sandadokai's Bitwig Discord and also a bit on his channel. And suddenly he decided, oh, I'm going to make my own channel and tutorials and live streams. He's still pretty much a beginner because, yeah, I can't say his knowledge is bad because apparently the guy is really good. He's even, I would compare it when it comes to Bitwig knowledge, I would compare him to Polarity. But Polarity, there was actually, he made a video on why he doesn't make courses and paid tutorials, because he said, back in my days, I learned everything by myself. And he is in he and his friends are in a mindset, yeah, we share our knowledge for free. That's why all his hundreds and hundreds of videos about Bitwig are all free. But yeah, I know the other guy who he made payable courses on Udemy, and that apparently didn't work quite well. And then he made actually on his YouTube channel members only, where you can get access to the same videos for like 25 bucks. So that, yeah, that's, I don't need it. So I do like to pay for some stuff, but I clearly remember I paid a subscription back then to learn Photoshop and Cinema 4D and Illustrator and plenty of other stuff, even photography stuff on lynda.com. But it was monthly and you had access to everything they had. And the courses were really, 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 really good. And then she, the CEO, Linda, decided, I'm going to sell the company for quite a lot of money to LinkedIn. And I said, what the fuck? Yeah, I lost the access. I canceled everything. And then I actually checked on LinkedIn and when they bought it up. And they completely changed the how it felt. There were still some things interesting, but yeah, I said, no thanks. She made her money. She's retired, and yeah. So paying for courses, not really. Not my interest. Just passed the test on Monday. Oh, Kev Human is going to drive. Ooh. On Advanced Ableton, tutorial, free tutorials, called. Yeah, that's for sure. You got access to, oh my goodness, a huge load of free and paid stuff. Isomatic. There he is. Yeah, but it's always a personal thing on... It's like YouTube membership. I had a membership at John's Reaper channel. And then he stopped streaming and releasing and doing videos, and said, why should I pay for something that I don't get? So I canceled that one. I'm still supporting Viral Beats, but yeah, I wouldn't pay $24 to get tutorials on Bitwig that I never use. So that's too much for membership. Maybe if you actually would watch all the videos in a month, that might be interesting. But yeah. I think if you really search for it, you're gonna find a lot of info, and then yeah, experiment and learning by doing, of course. That helps a lot. So I'm quite sure Isomatic is a wizard in FL Studio. Without expensive courses. So we got something. Never took an FL course. Already sounding nice. But depends on... I know that if I would, for example, pay online courses about Reaper, most of them are actually for, like sound engineers who record stuff. Because I watched a few from John, and yeah, it was about drum recording and vocal recording and guitar, and that's not my thing. I would rather see, I don't know, Mardix doing courses on how to do house and techno and whatever he's doing. But I think that will never happen because he makes videos and he never talks. So, yeah. How learning curve have you one of a telephone? Yeah, it is. I think it's good when you're gonna spend your whole life learning anyway, but it depends on how, what, and it's maybe constant progress or not. Some just stop learning at all. They just stay, I would say, stupid, but but it's like learning to drive. You can, you get you take your driving lessons, but that doesn't make you, first of all, a good driver. It doesn't make you ready to make, I don't know, rally or Formula One. That's for sure. That's a lifetime experience. I know that, like a guy like Ralph Schumacher, he started out driving when he was 12 in karts, and yeah, he knows how to drive. And even like guys who skateboard, or like my mountain biking or skiing. Sometimes I see videos when it says my friend's first day on the skis, and you see him go down the mountain and right into the wall. Normally, the first day, if you put your feet on skis and going down the mountain, you better take some courses with a professional who shows you how to move and do stuff and even brake. I'm taking it easy. Yeah, it's just, and sometimes you can. It's with everything, and that's maybe what makes humans so interesting, that we are actually capable of learning all that stuff. And no matter what you're interested, it's like, oh, I'm interested in pottery. Yeah, and then you buy all the gear, and then you make your first pots and tea cups and whatever, and they might be a bit messy. It might take a while, but we humans, we learning by doing and experimenting and getting experience. That's why, and you all might be having the same experience, probably, like when you see jobs and they say, oh, we search for young and experienced workers. That doesn't exist. I always say young and experienced doesn't exist. You maybe get a young worker or co-worker who is eager to learn, but is not experienced. It's like you imagine recruiting a young graduate from law school, and you give him his first murder case. He'd probably lose because, no experience. It's like you take a young person who just passes the driving lessons and tests. He got his paper, his driver's license, and you put the guy or the lady in a 400 horsepower racing car. I think it will take 5 minutes. The car will be crashed totally. And I see that so many times in videos. And you say, last time I see a funny video, the guy was driving a pretty fast BMW, and probably hasn't driven it for a very long time, and he was trying to show off, and he put the gas pedal, drove, and boom, crash. Because he couldn't handle the car. Yeah. 120 horsepower is enough for me. And that's pretty much a lot. 120. I drove cars with a lot of horsepower. I drove Ferraris. I drove Porsche. I drove once a Dodge Ram with a V8 engine. But yeah, I'm driving a car for 30 years, so I'm still not a rally driver, but through my experience, I can say I can drive good, because I didn't have accidents for 30 years, except people bumping into me, but even my mom says, it's a pleasure to drive with you, but it only weighs a ton. Yeah, or even less. But yeah, it's all an experience. And there might be some people actually, I see that a lot especially on Discords and stuff, people downloading like Reaper, and I said, oh, I have it installed. Now what? Yeah, you might take just watch the videos, beginner videos, and then slowly, because I think there's a lot of people that has the mindset, I grab myself Ableton and I will make the next club track that's gonna be a banger. Probably not. You might spend the next 6 hours making a kick well enough that it actually works, but but yeah, they got the mindset, oh, I seen a video, I can do that. And then, yeah, why not? And yeah, I bought hundreds of plugins, and I got the knowledge of maybe 0.001% of what they all can do. Like I said, patching from scratch, not working for me. And even the really nitty gritty stuff in Reaper or any DAW, I'm still learning. I'm using Reaper for like 3 years, and I still probably know 1% of what it can do. 2, 4, 5 years, I can just find. Yeah, and it's like someone, he was in chat sometimes, the German guy, a jazz dude. He's been using Cubase for like almost 30 years, and he said, yeah, I know pretty much 50% of what it can do after so many years. So, and yeah, and then always they keep adding new stuff, and you have to learn the new stuff. So imagine that those actually people who making content, like, I don't know, if I had the idea, oh, I'm gonna buy Serum, and I'm gonna make tutorials about it. I'm pretty much lost because I never used it, so I have to figure out how it works. I did install it just to test if it actually works in Reaper. I said, yeah, interesting, but yeah, interesting. So, oh yeah, that's. But I see a lot of people making content and they have no clue what they're actually doing. So you might first get some experience and then maybe doing. When I see people doing whatever they do, I say, okay, move along. So what could we actually add? I don't know. Might. So we got synths. Might do folder here. Let's get that out. Let's do nice coloring and do a nice thing. Haha, that looks pretty. I can imagine if I had it installed. I couldn't figure it out at all. Ableton, just the light version. I did install the suit once because it had 90 days demo, and that was interesting. But after a while, after crashes and not working, I lost the interest in actually learning how it works. I could have persisted to learn how it works, and in the end it might have worked out for me. I don't know, but probably not. And I had myself convinced getting Bitwig, but I made the mistake, as I couldn't figure out Ableton, I can't figure out Bitwig. And I got some comments on a post when I said I will leave Bitwig a bit on the side. I still have it installed, but and then there was some guy commenting and said, I tried it, and yeah, the browser is a nightmare. And the problem is Bitwig has so many things inside of it included, and a bit like Ableton the suit has, that yes, you can do everything inside. We don't need any third-party stuff. It's a complete package, and some it really works. So took me to realize how useful the session clip is. Yeah, it might be something that you don't use a lot. It's like the twins, they play hardware and they record stuff. And I know that like Ableton and Bitwig has that clip launcher. It's kind of live instrument, and Ableton is built around that to actually put it on a laptop, arrange your stuff, and actually play live. That's why it was built for live players. It's not a software that is built to record stuff in a home studio or a professional studio. You don't see a lot of professional studios using Ableton. There might be maybe some who actually just making techno and trance hits for the next rave or something like that. Professionals who produce 10 tracks a day. Maybe, yeah, but it's aimed at dance music. Totally. And we don't see a lot of hip hop people actually using it. Very few. They mostly use samplers, sample-based instruments, MPCs, and that's their thing. They don't. I don't even see a lot of those guys using the MPC software. They mostly use the hardware, but not the software. That's kind of strange, because the software actually works the same way, but strangely enough, you don't see I know that Viral Beats got his MPC one, and he even got me interested in maybe I might get one. But it's not not as good as Reaper, but perfect. Yeah, it does have for the audio stuff. It has its downside, and the same goes for Bitwig. It's not built to make a recording session with instruments and a band or whatever. I wouldn't pay $500 or $600 or $700 if I'm a recording artist for a punk band. So, but some buy these tools and they say, "Oh shit, yeah, it doesn't work for me." They didn't demo it, or they just buy it straight away. And said, yeah, it's like people actually downloading Reaper and they say, "Oh, I want to make music or game audio or effects or whatever," and then how does it work? Okay, I have to figure out how actually it does work. So that might be taking a while. So, maybe I'm going to add some drums. I don't know. Drums or sample? Let me check my drums. CD drum machines. Clevgran has a new plugin out. It's sort of piano-ish, organ-ish thing. I'm not sure if I'm gonna buy it. It's not cheap. Might if there's a deal out, but Which drum machine should we actually use? Nothing too weird. Nothing too complicated. Where is the... Well, it's not this one. Not this one. I know it has a lot of presets, but not this one. Did I actually put it here? Thing. There it is. Maybe the trials. How many pianos do we need? DL. At least 100. it's like how many delays or reverbs do you need? And they keep on publishing new ones. And you ask yourself, yeah, it's a reverb. It's a delay. But yeah, we humans tend to. Oh, that piano sounds nice. Oh, I want the sound of that organ. I did see a video, someone actually playing it, and it sounded actually, if you're doing, it would be actually quite well suited for hip hop and maybe house. What else? Who could lo-fi and stuff on maybe even if you're doing like drum and bass, but not the hard stuff, more like the atmospheric drum and bass stuff. It really sounds. I know that Clefgren, when they do stuff, it sounds pretty good. So. Do we make glitchy stuff or not glitchy stuff? No, that's more dance stuff. Let's make it this way. Black lungs. Why don't I hear? Might need to change the... Channel effects and master. Where is it? Sequencer. Where was the multi-out? That was loud. That was. Trias looks an awful lot like an Arturia product. Yeah, kind of. I must say, because Trias is based on loading tree. Yeah, the UI does look like a lot like Arturia stuff, I must say. It's called Trias because of the layers, and it's sample based, what's good. And I do like, because I was testing, I had the stuff from XLN Audio, and first I had installed that looper they had. I didn't quite like it. Some like it. Yeah, it has a built-in recorder, and I must say, and they do have other stuff. Yeah. Nah, not really. I wasn't convinced. So even their normal, natural sounding drum machine, it is powerful, but yeah, I don't like how they install stuff. It's a bit weird. So, and I heard that, for example, the looper, you can actually use it with also with phones and tablets. The sound gets uploaded to a cloud, and the legality is a bit. We already talked about it. Some people don't care about it, but it's a bit gray zone. So yeah, but I do like the sequencer. So let's just say it might be a bit too loud. On the master. Sounds pretty cool. It does, and what I like about it is actually easy to make your own patches. It works a bit like the drum machines from UVI, but to make your own patches is a bit more difficult than with Trias. And I actually got it on a sale because I do have Battalion, but Battalion is more experimental than a normal one-shot based drum machine. So that's why I got it. I like it. So let's take a short break. I need something to drink and to I'm still not convinced that my camera is on the right angle. It looks kind of weird. Yeah. Be right back. I'm back. So, my I like that one, but maybe something else. I like that one. Very tribal. Da Vinci Girl. Interesting. It's not Wilfried. Yes, it was Wilfried. Let's check the randomizer. Maybe okay. You have to. You have to click. Aha. Very less Foley. I'm not sure if I can actually do last touched. And that's not working. All volume automation. I don't see any. Am I too bypass? Maybe bypass. So it doesn't run all the time. Let me start here and do. just the other way around. Let's do a bit more. And then we say bypass this. That seems to work. Haha, missing chat. 5 p.m. bit sleep all day. Oh my God. Yeah, I can't see. This morning I was up late because of the time thing. I woke up and I just checked my new DAB radio clock thing, and I said, "Oh, yeah, it's still 6 o'clock," and in the end it was 7. Shit. Because it as you have to kind of I had to put it on, then it adapted the time. Yeah, didn't know that. It's always morning repellent. So let's see. That should work. Normally. I hope so. I'm just checking my mic level still, but...
Hi.
Hello.
Eddie Böse! There he is. Böse Eddie. I'll send you to you. You mean the... yeah, I installed... I had actually the simple reverb. I think you should still... Let me just check... what was it called? The... I can't remember the company name. What was it? Because it's not under Steinberg. Steinberg bought them. And apparently they took up the developer team to probably develop something new. So all their immersive audio stuff is free now. Not process. Can't remember the name of it. Dear Reality was it? Yeah, because I installed stuff in Yasuga. Yeah, the Exoverb. I had a free one and never really used it, and I just grabbed the Pro version, so that could be useful. I'm not doing immersive or surround or Atmos, but yeah, for some people actually doing immersive stuff, that might be interesting to actually use their immersive stuff, especially for free. So yeah, and then let's be surprised what actually Steinberg will actually do with the development team. Let's see. Let's do even more buttons here to get something bypassing like that. It should work. Atmos is cool in theory, but I don't have the means to. Yeah, there's always a discussion. Recently, did see a video from a guy who is a professional sound engineer and has a recording studio. He built an Atmos rig in his studio, but even he said he listened to some mixes in his new studio room on Atmos gear, and he said the mixes of the songs are absolutely horribly bad. And I know that even Steven Wilson said he is kind of the go-to Atmos mixer these days, especially for remastering and stuff. But he said there is stuff out there that will always sound bad in Atmos. They're pushing something that for many people has no real usage. Especially some professional might jump on the bandwagon. And I always say it's a trend, and especially in movies, I get it. But in movies, I recently watched a video on a movie-related channel who was talking about how movies are mixed these days. And the problem is specifically Hollywood is still mixing the movies in a cinema theater setting with a good sound system. The problem is many cinemas don't have a good sound system or is badly installed, or so then the sound isn't quite as good. And most people watch movies at home on television, and these days even on tablets and phones or whatever. And the mix isn't adapted to those devices. And he said something, I had my doubts on if it's true or not, because I have Prime from Amazon and I have Netflix. But the difference when I watch a series or movie on Amazon Prime, the sound is pretty damn good. But when I watch a series or movies on Netflix, it doesn't sound as good. It sounds mushy. And he said, yeah, Netflix is compressing the sound to get more bandwidth. So, yeah. Why then mix in a immersive Atmos sound, and then you can't really profit because either you don't have the gear for it, because most people actually watch on shitty TV speakers. They don't even have a sound bar, and they don't have the space or the money for an Atmos system, except the very rich people. Yes, you can get an Atmos system for a few $1,000, but yeah, a really good Atmos sound system needs a lot of space to actually, and then you have to have not just the speakers, but then it's best not watch Netflix. Then, watch Blu-rays to get really the true sound. And so trends Apple push more 20 minutes. And even so, there was kind of backlash that Apple was pushing professionals into that Atmos system, and many professionals weren't quite happy about it, to actually reinvest in a sound system for their studios to properly mix. And I always say it makes sense in movies, but in music, it doesn't. It just doesn't. Even these days, when you listen to music in stereo, even the stereo sound isn't fully used, because when back then in the late 60s, when stereo was actually coming out, when you listen to recordings from that time, they really played around with the stereo effects. So you got mixes where you hear the drums on the left, the guitar on the right, the voice is changing from left to right, the panning system. That's interesting. That's using the stereo sound in full. But some might use the Atmos mix in full effect, but then the problem is you have to have the system to actually profit from the good mix. Because I know someone who actually visit a studio with an Atmos, very good Atmos rig, to listen to the Atmos remaster of Tubular Bells. And he said, even in that room with a very sophisticated Atmos system, the mix just didn't sound good. It was horrible. Because that thing was meant to listen on stereo. And then they're trying to rearrange things. The first same design as I was for 5.1. Yeah, I always said, and even though all those formats, first they came out, especially in movies. You had movies, mono was, no sound at all. And then they had sound in movies with mono. Okay. Sound was pretty good. And then suddenly they came out with stereo. Okay. Then you're gonna play around with effects and stuff like that. Then, let's invent 5.1. Yeah, that was pretty good. And that was already, when 5.1 came out for movies, that was, hearing the sound effects and explosions in the backs and stuff like that. That interesting if you had a 5.1 system at home. Most people don't. And then they came 7.1. Okay, we need new speakers. And then you have to, my receiver isn't 7.1, so I need not just speakers, but I need a new receiver. Okay, do I have the space and the money to, 7.1? Then we came Atmos with more speakers. Okay, where am I going to put that? Yeah, but still, in a movie situation, if you have the space, the money, fine. But in music, I think it's, because we do know where most people listen to music. These days, on a smartphone, compressed audio. And then Apple pushes Atmos in earbuds. I think it's actually pretty stupid. Because you don't get the full spectrum of an Atmos mix when it's really made really good in earbuds. They're still stereo headphones. You might hear some panning around, but sure. In fact, Atmos is absolutely great, but given the wrong hands, I don't. Yeah, but it depends on the situation where you're listening to it. It still sounds, especially if downgrading. Like I have a home cinema system. It's a 5.0. I don't have a subwoofer anymore. I had a subwoofer before. That was, you hear the explosion and stuff, but it's still very, it sounds okay. But now comes the other fact where the guy in the video was talking about the way these days directors mix or record, especially dialogue in movies. You can't hear what they're saying because these days they make movies, and the same thing not just with dialogues, also the image itself. It's getting darker. Yes, the digital cameras capture everything. Everything gets too bright or too dark. then you get actors who start to whisper. Yeah, it's realistic, but you have to put on subtitles to actually hear what they're saying. And you got mumblers and can't trust the monitoring during production if I only have binaural headphones. Yeah, it's a 7.1 system with all-time in stereo. And that, as Eddie's saying, for music, even I watched a few months back, and I said, was on a Saturday. Let's take out the DVD of Genesis at Wembley 1987 on the Domino tour. And I played around with the sound because it has 5.1 and it has stereo. And I said, interesting. And I switched between those, and actually the stereo sounded way, way, way better than a 5.1. Because back then it was recorded in a live setting in stereo. Then they upgraded to 5.1, but the music is still stereo. So it's kind of... And recently, when I watch some of my live DVDs, I just put it on stereo. It just sounds better. Sorry. But yeah. I know someone who actually, he's a true Atmos, but first of all, he doesn't produce any professional recordings. He doesn't release his music on Apple Music. So I'm asking myself, why the heck are you producing in Atmos? You don't have an Atmos studio. You might have some specific headphones for it. But I don't get it. Why bother installing all that software? Maybe for the technical stuff, but it's... Yeah. Yeah, Lord. I had discussions, why are you doing this? And I know these days he's mostly producing music with AI, so it doesn't really... I know he's more into the technical side of stuff. No, Da Vinci Girl is mentioning Lord Cannon is German retired man who he streams during the week. He plays games, and on Friday he makes music. But yeah, AI based. He did a remix of one of my tracks. It was interesting. He added vocals and stuff. It was interesting, but I could even say, send me the original wave and I make a video about it. But he is a professional Wagner. He's just, yeah, it's he's interested in the technical side, and I get that. It's like me experimenting with certain things and how to do things and sounds, and it's like the sound designers who spend hours refining a kick or a snare. To spend hours. Oh, I made a perfect snare out of a sine wave or a white noise. Yeah, some people actually don't need that much. So. But I like where this is going. But it's still not long enough. So. I do get the feeling that this maybe it's a bit too loud, because it hits right into the. Let's see how that sounds if I do here. It was interesting, deep sound design, meaning not music, physical model. Yeah, that's I know that Dash Glitch is totally into that. But yeah, everybody has their way of doing things, and I'm not really having a problem with that. What I do think is more like a problem if someone, because I know that Lord Cannon tried to convince me on that Atmos thing. Oh, just install it. You can't even use it in Reaper. And I have no interest in using Atmos. Absolutely none at all. Why you keep pushing that just try it? No. Why? It's like, oh, you have to, like someone else would say to me, you have to use serum, or you have to use a faceplant to make your kicks. Nope, I don't. I make my own decisions on. It's like, for example, Kev Human would say, you have to use Ableton. Yeah, you don't have to do anything. Or, I don't know, Isomatic said, why don't you use FL Studio? Because, yeah. But Lord, really good. Yeah, I think he did technical stuff. He he's into that. But yeah, with Kai Jürgen, I think what bothers me with Kai Jürgen a bit, I know he streams for fun, but sometimes I'm watching a stream, and then I said, depending on what plugin he's trying to get into or testing, and then he arranges something, and he let it run, and then he starts playing, and I said, sorry, but that doesn't fit. I already mentioned it. He said, why are you playing like jazzy blues chords on a more techno-ish sound beat? It doesn't work. It sounds horrible. It's just, and then I'm asking myself, can he do something else? I know that some people, they learn stuff and then they just, but his chord progressions, they always sound the same. So anything that brings a smile to your face when you do it, it's just, yeah, it is actually. And I stream because I like to stream and I like to experiment around. I'm not even, oh, let's finish a track. Like, yeah, he doesn't do it live like Mardix does when he makes his 1 hour long videos. It's more, yeah, he's producing stuff and he records it and he publishes it. There's no explanation or whatever. He do not read it, it's just boring. Yeah, he always plays the same chords, no matter, it doesn't suit the music playing. It's like, imagine that track is, yeah, it's more an ambient track, and I would actually, I don't know, put in a kick like in, I don't know, hardstyle or gabba. Even though it doesn't fit the tempo, I still can put in a very sine wavy kick. I don't know. It doesn't work. Or if I would put in a very fast sequence, or I don't know, like a drum roll, or drum solo, maybe. Let's compare what I've done 15 years ago. Nothing. Yeah. It's, some might say, I need some water. But I do get what Kai is doing. He's trying to learn the plugins, but yeah, he's using most of the time. And I did see him using techniques, and I wonder, why are you trying to, like, using certain sequences to sequence a drum machine, or why make it so complicated? If your drum machine doesn't have a sequencer, just put on the MIDI notes and he experiments around, and then sometimes he uses Reaper. Most of the time he uses Ableton, but for the music he does, Ableton doesn't really suit either. I would rather see him in Reaper, because I told him the routing is far more easier to set up in Reaper than what you're doing in Ableton. But everybody's doing his own thing, and yeah, it might work for some, but the problem is also, if you doing all the time the same content or the same. Imagine you do a daily stream and you make every day the same beat, the same rhythm, the same sounds, and that's it. 8-bar beat. Would become boring sometimes. Experimenting is far more interesting. That I don't know, the plugins. He's just doing a Cuban Justice, Cuban Justice marketing show. Yeah, with Jazz Dude. I had my moments where I realized he sounds like an angry, ranting old German guy. Because I was asking myself, okay, you know so much, why don't you show it? Just show it. Brutal. Yeah, it's sometimes a bit ranting. It's like, I don't know. I know that I watched a few videos on that Cubase channel. I said, yeah, interesting. I'm not using Cubase. Maybe someday, who knows? But welcome to Davi The Huggmonster. Yeah. Oh, when I can, I can. But let's face it. If and then I already mentioned it multiple times, and I see it myself. If you do a YouTube channel with the intent on doing like an explanation on how a plugin works, then do your research and maybe before actually making your video and recording it, enscraved, there it is. Before you're doing that, learn how the plugin works really in detail. And then, first of all, script your video. Yeah, that's a lot of work. Your text, how things work. Because I've seen videos, seeing people doing stuff. I said, sorry, it looks like you don't have any clue what you're talking about. So, or you always, you're doing the same shit as the others. Why? Because for myself, when I decided streaming, yeah, I tried a bit of tutorial, but I'm mostly doing, let's find out how things work. But still not in a tutorial way, like saying, like I load triads and explain every detail on how the compressor and the effects routing and the EQ works and how to load samples. I don't do that. Ensgrave just woken up from a nap. I cannot confirm or deny. Yeah, but it's like Aimer Hunter when he does he makes videos and live streams, but his channel is about the deals, freebies and good deals, and that's it. He knows his stuff, and apparently he asked a question recently to do maybe a second channel on focusing more on music production and stuff. Let's see how that goes. But he knows his stuff. He knows his deals. And yeah, everybody knows his channel is about the deals. He's part of the Reaper community. He's a Reaper user, but and many channels, you actually know what they're about. White Sea Studio is about renting if the plugin or the hardware is shit. But sometimes even he doesn't come prepared. He had some, I don't know which plugin he actually reviewed, or was it the hardware? and someone said, sorry, but I think it was a plugin, and he made a mistake in the plugin, and he was ranting about it, but he was the one who actually made the mistake, and he didn't see the mistake. Someone actually mentioning, sorry, why did you put, I think it was a note, or because something was running in the background, and he always kept questioning why. Yeah, because you put a note here. So if the plugin screws or not. Yeah. But, yeah, and other channels like it's now called the Tool Shed. Yeah, it's about testing new plugins that come out, short, to the point. And yeah, he's from the Netherlands too, but I do like him more because he doesn't focus on if the plugin has screws. But yeah, I don't do tutorials. I don't explain how repo works. I think most people actually come watching me because I like to rant for hours. Maybe it's maybe like an audio talk show. Maybe I need some guests. That would be an idea. Let's make a plug-in podcast show. Me ranting. You show a wide variety of different plugins. Yeah, I actually could say how to use them in the sound I'm interested or doing. I don't know. Because, like, I'm not sure if he's still here. Nenko, when he streams, well, sometimes he forgets there's a live chat. So he's so focused on his production, and the music is pretty damn good. But he once said he gets distracted by the chat. I don't know. But Skater 3, yeah, I actually upgraded it too, playing around with it. I do like the fact that now it has standalone feature. That is interesting. So, yeah, but what kind of show actually am I doing here? That's a good question. Yeah, ranting with Davey about if a plugin has screws or not. Something like that. So let's see if the drums is still too much distorted in the beginning. Should not be. It still does that. Boom. I don't know why. Why does it that? Why does he do that? I think it's the sub. It's the sub. It's a bit too. Yeah, let's go down with this. It's far too loud. Or maybe just go down totally. Maybe let's lower the sound a bit. Maybe add some delay. There you see that they may be doing preset, but they could do better. How many days can you use? Actually, yeah, I got Reason Plus now because it's a monthly subscription. I got 6 months with 30% off. But I can cancel at any moment, but I lose the access to the rack. But no, I might keep it. Well, and I might even do, maybe if I figure out how to set up for live streaming with because I'm a bit lost with the mixer. And the problem is, as it has the multiple layered, because you got a sequencer where you put your MIDI notes and audio stuff, you got the rack, and you got the mixer. Yeah, a bit like in Reaper and many other DAWs, but it takes a lot of space. Especially, I've seen people using the rack. There's so much stuff in that rack. Just for one track or two tracks, it's yeah, it's pretty much a crazy sound design tool. Kai was a bit of a tester, but this trick wasn't fun. He still doesn't not defeat the thing. Yeah. I was going to buy a lemon drop. I realized I could buy a new iPad instead or some iOS. Yeah, funny music. Yeah, if you Culture of Ghost, as gorgeous things in the UK. Yeah, it's like Crazy Rabbit who does a lot of stuff. Yeah, I'm not a big supporter of Apple stuff for my own personal reason. I know that the iPad for making music is pretty cool. Hi, John. But I was thinking, if I would be an Apple user, I would get the iPad, because even Alchemy, who he got an iPad and he started making stuff with the iPad. I said, that's pretty powerful for that little tiny pad thing. I do see it a lot in a live setting. I know that I think the guys from Orbital, who are totally it's totally integrated in their live set. I think he has like 6 or 8 iPads laying around, and even Kraftwerk uses iPad, I think. Have a few minutes for. Yeah, you won't find any music apps on Samsung devices with Google's OS, like Android. Almost non-existent. It's kind of, but I think Apple was always kind of pushing the creative stuff. From the humble beginnings, they always pushed like even in the professional market, like journalism, text layouts and journals and magazines. Viral Beats, there he is. And then came, Photoshop, and they were the first using hand tablets with a stuff to draw. And for that creative stuff, Apple is pretty powerful. And even for music, iPads, and I knew a huge load of people producing techno back then were just using Apple because it just worked far better than and you see a lot of live players having Apple laptops. Yeah, it is, but I have my own personal reasons not use Apple products. So let's see if it's still doing that crazy noisy stuff when it's launching. Let's do it like that. That sounds better. That sounds way better. Yes. Less punchy. Birdman uses 5 iPads. Yeah. and there I've seen apps, people using apps on the iPad, very crazy sophisticated controllers to make crazy sounds. One for each toe. What is that foot? Let's actually profit here that we got the rack. Effects. No. Shifter. Relation effects. I'll just use the echo. Wee, that's good. Yeah. I'm still a bit sick. I had quite a nasty cold last. Since I'm not sure where I actually catched it. Was it on the weekend or Monday? Because there was some at the office thinking it's springtime and opening all the windows. And where I was sitting, there's a huge draft on the 8th floor on top of the building. So, yeah. On Tuesday, I got terrible ache from nose, eyes, into the ears, and 2 days after was greeny, slimy shit coming out, and still sitting around. So, I hate that. So in some way, I'm not using that a lot. The rack from Reason functions a bit like if you layer plugins in Reaper. Because the thing is, when you see the traditional Reaper users, they always say, okay, you got a track, and they put it in a setting of a normal studio recording where you separate your instruments for the drums, the vocals, the guitar, the bass, and then you get delays and reverbs. They don't use a lot of special effects. When it comes to certain types of music, layering might be actually a good idea. And I'm still hesitating doing it because I'm thinking like influenced by some professionals. Yeah, some are saying, oh, you have to separate this and that and this. No, I just want to make sound design. If I want to actually use like 10 reverbs on one track, if it works, yeah. Sunshine mini jazz, practice. Now just lay on pretty now. Yeah, actually, because when I'm looking at the rack system of Reason functions. Play away, have fun. It functions like that. You make a track, you layer your instruments or your effects, you layer it. I've seen people using in Reason like layering so many instruments on one track. That's crazy. And if it's working, well, why not? And let's this morning, funny enough, before we take a short break, I seen a picture on I think it was a dash glitch, or I know it was on a Bitwig Discord, and I think it was on Dash Glitch. Someone took a screenshot of a project he did in Bitwig, and it looked awesome, very, very orderly, sorted with colors and the tracks and the folders, and it looked amazing. But what I did see, and I did write a comment, and I said, don't look at the CPU load, because it was like 100%. I said, oh shit. What's common way is how he did the layering, infinite ways to layer and mix. Yeah, and I'm always falling back into that traditional recording idea on separating everything. And when I look at how, for example, Alchemy produces, yeah, it's a huge layer of kicks, drums, snares, effects, and random Foley sound effects and whatever. It's so many layers of sampled, re-recorded, resampled, recut, backflipped or whatever. Love reason hardware. I wish it would work on a timeline sequences, but yeah, it has. Yeah, Carve Darko having a good session. Yes, we do actually. I could. That's I'm gonna put a loop on it, and I'll be right back. Let's see. Just using my pause screen here. Where is it? Should be there somewhere still. And I'll be right back. Whee! I'm back.
Hi.
Hello.
Oops. Just is back. Woo. Yes, another rant. I just was thinking about it. The thing is, you see a lot of YouTube channel. You got the ones who review plugins. Some channels actually deep dive into plugins. Some do the same with production. But, oh, Marilyn gets his. Wait.
Hi.
Hello.
But especially in the production stuff, they say how to use EQ, compression. And I was wondering, especially on the idea of layering, when you work like them, and I was thinking about what Ken Spong said, I don't compress anything. And then you listen to like a guy like Produce Like a Pro. Oh, I EQ everything, I compress here and this. That may be working in traditional recording studios with a band where you have to do certain things that the sound is actually. But in electronic music, you always. I see, for example, compression is mostly used in like the ducking effect in trance and stuff like that, and psytrance, where you duck your sounds and with sidechain compression. Because I don't see a lot of people actually using a lot of these kind of techniques in electronic music. So, yeah, layering is, I use very little compression too. Yeah, it's, I have no compressor here at the moment. Just my limiter for the sound going out into OBS, and that's pretty much it. And I sometimes use, I think on the last track I did for the Popcorn Jam, I used sidechain for the kick and the bass. But that's pretty much it. And the rest is, yeah, a bit of a cue. I'm no mastering engineer anyway. So once it sounds good, if you know where to put your sounds, specifically, I don't produce psytrance but these guys know exactly, because it's so filled with sounds and sequences and the kick and the bass and the bass rumbling in the background. You actually hear everything. They know how to do that, this specific technique on how to mix these kinds of sounds together, that they actually don't sound mushy. But still, it works perfectly in electronic music. It might not sound the same with because I must say, when you listen to a lot of metal productions, and in every time period, I clearly remember listening to the first EP of Sodom, the German trash man, on a very good hi-fi system, because I bought that EP like when I was 14 or 15. Back then it sounded, yeah, trash metal. Yeah, it sounded pretty good. But once you put it on a very good hi-fi system, you say, holy shit, who made that production? It sounded like recorded in a... I always said the sound sounded like recorded in a metal can inside of a metal. They put the band in a barn, and then put a mic in the middle, and recorded the sound with the headset. Yeah. Oh my goodness. They're trash. Yeah. Sodom is a trash metal band. And it sounded horrible. And just listen to. I do have a remastered version of the first Megadeth album. It still sounds bad. It's horribly wrong. And we do know how Metallica produced And Justice for All, because they totally crashed the bass guitar for their very specific reasons. And even the remasters that came out later, you still can't hear the bass because it's not present. And we do know how Sankt Anger sounded. The music was, I was actually, when I bought the album, I said, wow, they're back. Cheers, Andy. Dinner time. Yum, 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 yum. Lars is a piece of work. But, yeah, the snare. Oh, my goodness. What the fuck? What is that? It sounds like metal can. Actually, I seen a video, was quite funny. Someone actually reproducing the drum sound of Sankt Anger with beer, not beer cans, but these big things where they put on the beer for the bars. And he took a baseball bat, 2 baseball bats, and he put around all like a drum set, and then he played the drums, and it sounded exactly like Lars drums. Yeah, beer kegs. I said, wow, why do you need drums? You just take out these metal beer kegs. They're the same sound. So you're thinking, professional sound engineers, and then how can they, and the same goes for one of the last, not the newest, I think one of the last record The Cure made. And he said they wanted a live sound, but the album actually sounded pretty bad. So I need to get me one keg for sound. Yeah, and the baseball bat. Yeah, and you got sound engineers. I clearly just compare listening to all the records Iron Maiden made with Martin Birch. They sounded amazing back then and today. But I clearly remember when I think it was Fear of the Dark. It didn't sound, the music was good, but it didn't sound good production-wise. I don't know. Yeah, the tracks are actually interesting, but the mix is kind of off. And then I think it was the last record I actually bought from Iron Maiden. I do like Iron Maiden, but it's can't remember the name. And I listened to it and said, you can't hear the vocals. It's they're somewhere, but yeah. And you ask yourself, Yeah, there may be professional sound engineers in studios and even on live concerts. Some sound engineers just suck. Sorry to say it, but they just suck. I seen concerts where everything was just wrong. It may be depending on the room and where they're playing. Is it a small room? It's if it's a large venue or even a stadium. But you can adapt. But I've seen the Young Gods, the industrial band from Switzerland. I've seen them on a festival 30 years ago. That was pretty awesome. And then I got the chance. They were playing here, not just like 20 kilometers from my place. And I said, ooh, because they made a tour for the last album where they played Terry Riley's In C. And it was in a very, very small club. But I was surprised. The sound was absolutely amazing. I don't know if it was their sound engineer who is just a genius. I don't know. But for that small room, it sounded amazing. Because most of the time, if you got a concert in small rooms, the drums are too loud. Or I remember watching the last tour of Zaga, the Canadian prog band, playing in a very small venue here in Luxembourg, and you couldn't hear the synthesizers. The whole sound of that band is mostly based on the guitar and the synthesizers, not even the drums and the bass, but it's that interaction between those two instruments. But on that concert, you couldn't hear the synthesizers. You could hear the drums, and the guitar was sometimes way too loud. I said, who is mixing this shit? It's horrible. There's been an iron tube and called the beast. It's hard to tell the difference from the roots. Yeah, I've seen just a month ago. I've seen The Watch here playing. They play early Genesis. Still need some water. And when you closed your eyes, you actually had the feeling that you're sitting in a concert venue 1973. So good. The exact sound, even the singer sounds like Gabriel. But you got a farm area for metal, I always say 80s, definitely, at least for me. But 90s a bit, but then, yeah. Maya is playing some guitar on some bonus track on my guitar of it. Just ask him. But yeah, concert venues and mixes and sound engineers, and sometimes you listen to records and I said, what were they? In a punk band, I get it. Mostly they don't have the money, because when you listen to even recordings of Black Flag or whatever hardcore and punk bands, they mostly sound like shit. But that's a budget thing. But most bands, they did have the money to actually make a good record. And yeah, it takes time and it takes experience and knowledge to make it maar like soul editor. Dark and making and shooters. So now we got all layered out. We could. I don't want to add too much. Let's see. So we got norms. Takes a while. Hope it's not crashing. Oh my goodness. Okay. That's a good start. Now I have to go into my. Hope this works. Let's hope. I have to save a new version. Let's be sure to save it. Let's try again. I don't know why it's trashed. Destructo! Well, Reaper does fear, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to load, well, let's say, let's go into, maybe the phone, maybe something wrong with my, because I wanted to load the Sense Master 3. Hope it's loading now. Looks like it. There's a new version, of course. Of course there is. What the heck was that? Nice, but it makes very odd noises. Nothing's running. It makes noises. So, I don't know. Kind of weird. It's like loading something. Very weird. Very weird. We could actually, let's say, I'll make a, and I'm going to save project as, like I wanted to. Now, let's see if I MIDI take should work. Laying down some pads. Just to be sure, because I'm not using it quite often. So. It's a bit too loud. Yeah, sounds better. Did I miss something? Huh? No. Call reminds me of the opening in the middle of the night. Billy Joel. I know Billy Joel, but oh my goodness, how many years I didn't listen to Billy Joel. I always liked Billy Joel, kinda. Interesting fella. Let's see if I... Fun to karaoke. Yeah, we didn't start the fire. And crazy thing is when you actually that song was his actually last big hit. When you listen to the lyrics, when was that released? Actually, was with a Y. So, yeah, 1989. Not sure if there's lyrics here on the wiki. Not really. But it's still pretty much accurate to these days what he sang back then. So if I want to change the nah, you should. I like this. A fine, yeah. DMG.
Hi.
Hello.
I will. Oops. Well, let's do it like that. And let's add, need some automation points here. Make it a bit bigger, otherwise. And let's add some points here. To make a bit of a difference here. Like that. Lamont is going. Yeah, we're gonna make 20 minutes and then gonna warm my pizza. So, how does that sound? Yeah, I had Friday night. I ordered a pizza, and I just, because it was late, I just ate half. So yeah, I kept half for today. Yum, yum. And I need to, no, it's actually, and if I just make a break, should be working. John is making breakfast. Get to work. Cheers, John. Sounds very ambient. Yeah. I was in the mood for something slow today. Yeah, but from the listening point of view, I was never fixed on a genre. Since my humble collector beginnings, I mean, when you imagine the first records I bought when I was 10, 11, was Kraftwerk Computer World and Saxon Strong Arm of the Law. You can't find any more different. And quite just after that, I got Motorhead, No Sleep Till Hammersmith on tape. The tape was totally busted after a while. And I had bought concerts in China from Jean-Michel Jarre. So strangely enough, I can't remember these few records. I know that these are the first I got for myself. because before I listened to the stuff my mom had, and the only interesting record she actually had was a live recording from Jerry Lee Lewis. That was pretty nasty, really badass live recording. Don't know from when the recording was. Was it from the 50s, 60s? I don't know. But that one, yeah, pretty badass. But what I bought after that, kind of, I do remember the first day I bought a lot of records. I was 13, 14, something like that. I bought a huge load of thrash metal. Like Metallica, Slayer, Destruction, Sodom, all these bands from 1983, 84, 85. But even back then, I also bought Marillion and Yes, sort of proggy stuff. And yeah, and then until 88, 89, I got my first acid house record. Whoa, that changes everything. But even then came the 90s. I was totally into that. Even in the 80s, I listened to Front 242. Then came the 90s. I was totally into the wave, electro, EBM, industrial kind of stuff, indie festivals, goth festivals, all that kind of stuff. I wasn't grunge. I discovered Nirvana like anybody else, but I wasn't really Soundgarden and stuff. But I was more. That's why most of I got so many influences. It's pretty hard to specify my genre. I don't have any. If I know how, I could produce anything. But I don't bother really digging into producing in all genres. But I'm very influenced. For example, when I have the mood for something experimental, I go into the direction of labels and stuff like Zen, and sub-labels, everything from the 90s, the dark ambient stuff, especially Alio Dai from Italy, still producing today, very active, or Asmus Tietjens, the stuff that not everybody knows, especially like the stuff published on Cold Meat Industry. That's stuff that not really everybody is listening to, especially these days. Many of these labels and artists are long time gone and dead. So, kind of sad, actually. So, we got some. I might need to add that into here. So, we got some of that. We got the drums. I want to maybe add something rhythmic for later. Let's just at least save it. I might need to dig into UVI. Maybe the workstation. Not to overload things. Might take a while. Did it download my thing? Should. Downloads. Yeah. The update is down there. Maybe something rhythmic. Yeah, UVI released that. I was actually a bit surprised that they made the Sonic bundle. And I seen someone actually posting he had bought a few sound packs from UVI. So he actually got the bundle for like half price because they accounted what he already had. That was interesting. But still a lot of money. Why I'm still on a Sonic Pass. I doubt I would actually buy UVI stuff. A few things, maybe. But now I'm waiting what they are going to do next. Because, yeah, they had that sequencer thing recently, that player thing. Was interesting, but not cheap to some. Yeah, it's when you imagine when you buy everything from UVI, it's definitely a lot more expensive than a bundle like the V collection or even the Korg collection. It's about the same price as you could expect from if you buy Contact. Pretty much. So, yeah, then I have to, with Contact, it's getting even more expensive. So. It's not cheap, but what is cheap these days? You got for free, some of it is nice. You got cheap, like Cherry Audio and many others who do very interesting instruments and effects and whatever. And you got expensive, from a bit less expensive, about 200, like Dune and Serum. Then you go already into the expensive stuff like Omnisphere, and that not many know of that plugin. It's a granular synthesizer, mostly used in sound design and movie scoring and stuff. It's so crazy. It costs like over almost 500. Recently I've seen someone actually demoing that software. I installed the demo once just to try out. I said, it looks horrible. It sounds horrible. I said, why would I buy this thing for that amount of money? To do, I don't know, experimental sound design? I don't know. Use Falcon for sound design. I don't like 99. I know because I know that Dash has, I think he has 1 or 2 sound packs. That's it. Just what he uses. That's Omnisphere is just too old now and expensive. No need to buy it. Yeah, I'm wondering if they actually will upgrade it someday. Because yeah, with Serum it took a while. Well, it is still, and pretty much unannounced, boom, it was there. But with Omnisphere, I'm actually doubting that they actually working on an upgrade. It may be because it is so huge that upgrading it, a license very strangely unusual for, yeah. Yeah, psytrancers and mostly ambient people, because many say the sounds that come with Omnisphere makes it very good for certain type of music. But buying it, yeah, for personal use, yeah, if you got a lot of money, but you don't have the time to create patches. Yeah, it's you can make sounds with it, but when you see, I never seen. I already mentioned it once. You don't see videos on YouTube someone making a patch from scratch in Omnisphere. I've seen people doing it on Falcon and many other plugins, but not Omnisphere. Strangely enough. Is it because it's too old, too complicated, I don't know. It can be done, but do have people actually interest in doing patches from scratch? I don't know. Depends on what your mindset is, or if you're really into the crazy sound design stuff. But yeah, 400 is expensive, and you would probably need a second SSD for the patches. It's just too big. Oops. It's just too big. I don't know. Even when I started out with UVI Sonic Pass, it was about 500 gigabytes. Now it's about 700-800. I think Omnisphere is still bigger, and Contact 2. We got a full thing. They have big fights with Jazz Dude and John because of their license. Help you used. I mean, it's just some basic sound. Yeah. Keep license. Yeah, and then and there's no demo, I think. If I'm not mistaken. You can't. Let me just. Oops, wrong browser. I think there's no demo. You buy it. It's $500. But I don't see anything. There's a buy button, but there's no demo. Yeah, I wouldn't invest paying. It's like full product downloads $500. For that price, I buy myself Cubase. But yeah, no demo. I don't see anything. As far as I know, there's no demo. That's a lot of money. Yeah, if you're professional, maybe you can sell it out of taxes and stuff. But you could try. Well, first I need to percussion. Hooga hooga. You also need massive hard drives for things like content. Yeah, I actually bought a second SSD just for the libraries of UVI and some other stuff. And yeah, once you install it, it's getting quite full. If it's a 2 terabyte, you would need a 4. And I'm not even using Contact in that way. So, and I think the library for Omnisphere is over 1 terabyte, I think. Says not to use without musical content. It's special for film sound and not musical content. That's pretty stupid. Nothing is for buy. My husband uses it and it's a license. Yeah. Yeah, the licensing thing. It's like some don't like the iLog. So I had once an iLog problem with pretty cheap plugin that I bought it and then never used because I made a template in Reaper where I did put it's a live recorder. It's a bit like Global Sampler, but with more options, but it uses iLog. And I did put a template with that plugin on the master for the recording. And I launched Reaper with that template a few times, and suddenly it was asking for reactivating the license. There was something buggy, and there were only 2 activations possible. I said, okay, let's get rid of that one in the template. Otherwise, it might not work anymore. So, yeah, and most you got a few activations, and then, shit doesn't work anymore. Yeah. I must say, with the Sonic Pass and UVI on iLog, I only had once a problem where suddenly it didn't work anymore. It was in the middle of the month, and suddenly it didn't work. My whole UVI stuff didn't work anymore. And I said, why is that? And I contacted UVI, and apparently there was a problem with iLog and email and account, and they just canceled the payment license. And what? And I had to change some stuff. Since then, no problem. UVI resolved the matter quite quickly, but it was kind of odd. And the same thing, not even iLog related, happened with Arturia and a payment system, but obviously, used crack version of that very reason. Launch faster. Yeah, it's. I do get why companies do use licensing, and there always will be really cracked versions anyway. If you can, you can, and you still could use Photoshop CS6 still works, a cracked version. So if you want to, you still can buy something cheaper, but you're not it's still gonna crack you anyway, and you still be when it like they tried with CDs and copyright protections, and yeah. Eddie Sonic, he was lurking all the time there somewhere. Let's make samba. That might work. I like that one. Oi, oi, oi. I'm gonna load it. I might change it a bit. Saving. I'm getting hungry. Sorry, Eddie. He's just popping in when I'm closing. I'm gonna keep that one. So that's okay. Just remember. And that's the. Yeah, I might need to change the effects and stuff. Yeah, pretty much it. Hungry monsters are not safe to be around. Yeah, pretty much. You're hungry. Especially the fluffy monsters. Yeah. Audio was good with the new interface. I had to adjust my plugins in OBS a bit, strangely enough. How do you stream? How do you start to stream? Oh, Jeff Hopkins. First I need to heat up my pizza, and then we can move on to Jeff stream. Haven't seen him live for a while. Mostly missed like Joe and M, because his stream's always so late. Spend a link to his stream. Let's open my browser. YouTube. Oh, Joe and M is live too. So yeah, you got the choice. Either you can join Jaren, or you can, let's see, where's my Jeff? Even Dr. Sinteo, Alex Bob. Might need to go into let's search. I know I have his channel. Mr. Jeff. There is live. There is Mr. Hopkins. So, yeah. Thanks for watching. Me ranting for 3 hours, coughing and doing achoo. I hope I'm not getting sick again. The next streams on next Sunday are already fixed. 2 ones. How does he use a brass controller? Oh, like Sean. But Sean is with a brass instrument. Interesting. So, thanks for watching. Thanks for joining. And won't be doing on Saturday. Not the time, but yeah, next Sunday for sure. Maybe during the week, maybe. Who knows? At least everything is working again. Yippee! So, see you soon. Or in a other live stream. Bye-bye. Oops, where's my goodbye here?
Bye.
Goodbye.
Whee.
10 seconds. Repeat. 10 seconds.